Hello, everybody. How you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. It is time to do some more programming because I am fixated on trying to get this to work. It's really annoying to me that it's not working, and I have no idea why it's not working. So I went back. I reverted my code back to one that I know works in 5.1, and I couldn't get it to work. I don't know why. It's just being a bitch. So I decided, okay, let's move on and let's get this to work in 5.2. Maybe that will work because it still wasn't working in in you know 5.3. If I can get it to work in 5.2, I think I can get it to work pretty much anywhere. So um, I now have this up in 5.2, and I'm actually about to test it to see if it actually works. I actually found a couple of errors in my code, so had to backport some of that and forward port some of the rest. Hopefully this all works, because apparently I have let me show you actually. Um, I have some materials that I have designed but not converted into code, and apparently the old code in 5.1 was trying to read from these, and so that caused a whole bunch of issues where they couldn't find the parent materials and all sorts of stuff. So I don't know what's going on with that. At any rate, let's create our material. Hopefully it works. It should. I see no reason why it wouldn't to generate the ADT file. Yeah, it's really odd. I found the bug by uh, trying to build the ADT file, and suddenly there was no material there. Also, it was crashing. So I fixed the crash, and then I found that, oh yeah, it's not finding the landscape. At least it doesn't crash when it doesn't find the material anymore. It just outputs a nice little error. So let's see. A little bit of music. Alright, converting procedural mesh to static mesh, and oh, that's a nice breeze coming through. It's so nice actually having two windows open because I can actually get a breeze rather than just having one window open and hoping some wind comes my way. Now there's actually a draft. Oh. Okay, we had a crash. That works too. Alright, what happened? Save procedural mesh to static. Alright, now keep in mind this is using the old code on the ADT stuff. But still, there shouldn't... If I didn't have a problem with this earlier, so... line 106, so it looks like... new object. So in creating the static mesh, it had a problem. Base file name, combine. I think I'll have to uncomment that for the moment. I don't know why this is having an issue. And it says 105? Yeah, 105. 1005. So this line, this is what it's having a problem with. So, or, quite often it'll give me the line, but it's actually the previous line that's the issue. Alright, so I'm going to rebuild this. And I guess I better open up the... let's see, that's that. I'm going to open up the log file on my other window. No, not that program. Oh, jeez, yeah. Yeah, Notepad's nice. Notepad++ is better. Alright. Can it tell me what exactly was happening? Whoa. Couldn't find... Oh, it was some sort of pathing error. Couldn't find the mcals because it was saved as temp? That shouldn't have been saved as temp. That would loaded up the file I wanted. Oof! Ow! That helped. Okay, so maybe the file just was somehow temporary, and we need to save it to the actual map. You know, I think I probably need to add a check in here where it won't do the import if we don't have a actual level loaded. Do we actually have a level loaded? Let me actually try loading this. Oh, no, it says it's loaded. Let's load the actors here. I'm going to tell it that basic sky should always be loaded. Come on. Oh, it won't let me. I can pin the actor, I can't pin the basic sky. Great. Okay, so... let's make sure that's set correctly. Yes. Alright. So I am seeing literally no reason why this should not work. You know what? Let's do something a little different. We're gonna try, importing some of the assets from, the ADT rather than anything else. So let's generate. Let's import the textures. Okay, that seemed to work. Import mcals. Okay, something happened there. Let's reload. Okay, so the mcals are actually having an error here. It looks like the tiles imported just correctly. Because if we come here, you can see that, yeah, it imported that, and it imported those. That's all correct. Let's save so we don't lose that. Generate landscape texture files. I doubt that's going to do anything. Open up the output window so I can see these errors live. Wrong terrain material setup. What is my current terrain material setup? Material instances. That's all correct. Terrain material setup. Chunked texture. Dynamic material setup. A dynamic material setup per chunk. 200. Yeah, that looks right to me. Alright, import mcals. Okay, so something's going on here. It can't import the mcals for some reason. So let's take a look at that. Alright, so ADT actor. Place models. Place WMOs. Don't care about any of that. Import mcals. So when I run that, that goes to the source and calls this. So let's go here. Get mcal textures. I'm going to assume that that's correct. So if it's any of these, we skip because we don't need those for importing. We'll need it for getting, but you know, not importing. All right. If is asset imported and force re-import mcals. All right. Well, if I tell it to force. Can't tell. It looks like it tried, but error wrong material. Okay, yeah. Then we try doing an import, but map ID, that's correct. Alright. Let's start to force the mcals as it creates the terrain. This will likely crash, that's perfectly fine. Or not. Okay, it does crash. But why was it crashing? Where did it crash? It's that same spot. WoW actor 1105. So I should, if I look at my error log. Lots of inverted paths, can't convert paths. Attempted to create, let's see, what the? Why is this base package name is nothing? Combine package path with file name, destination name. Procedural water mesh. Mesh name. Mesh name equals get terrain helper. WT map name. WoW path SM. Alright, let's do a log here. Log. ADT mesh name. Yeah, I think no matter what, we can clear the procedural mesh sections after we've generated the procedure. No, let's see what it says. Alright, so now we're just going to fail if we don't do it, so it's not trying to set visibility or terrain mesh or clear the sections. But now we're also seeing, what are we sending in to save as static mesh? Right now we're trying to do the source name, WDT map name, which should be correct unless for some reason that is wrong. I mean, it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Let's see. But yeah, okay. And we're having the same issue with the water. So, yeah, that's... And that would probably solve the issue with the MCALs, too. So, what the hell is going on with the WDT file? Did I import it wrong? Does it even have... Alright, so... Yeah, here's helpers. Yep. Let's come over here to the asset. And let's see if we can find the WDT. So, WDT map name does not have to be... There we are. Alright, so... Here we are. WDT asset, source file name. Okay, so there's a chance that this is likely a import issue and we just need to wipe out the assets and then re-import them. That's not terrible. Honestly, I was a little surprised when I saw the assets were there. I was like, "Oh, that's unusual." All right. Let's remove these. We'll cancel that for now. Yeah, I want to pin that and save. It doesn't have to be pinned, but I would like it to be loaded. Basic Sky should be pinned. I mean, that should never be unpinned. Alright, so gonna... Oh, is that not enough of a space? Convert selected regions to select actors. Alright, select, delete, select, remove, select, delete. Yes. This is always the hardest part, is trying to figure out what the problem is and then try to solve it and then try to make sure that it doesn't happen in the future. We also have to fix this. The import all just is not working. I can hit import all, but it doesn't import all. And I'm not entirely certain why. Preparing textures. I'm not importing textures. Eh. Wait a second. Why didn't my ADTs import? That imported. That's okay. That's the only one I really need right now. Alright. Place ADTs. We'll do a save. So maybe it was using the old assets and there was something funky about that. Load from data. Alright. Yep. One file per actor. One file to find them. One file to bring them all. And in the darkness, lay them out to rest. That's not right. Oh, okay. How about this? And in the darkness, turn the flashlight on. No, they don't have flashlights. Oh, damn it. And in the darkness, play D&D together. Are you a fuck up? Oh, shut up. Don't make me come in there and beat you. I'm gonna bind you. Wait. Go with that. Okay. And in the darkness, bind them. Perfect. No idea where that came from, but yeah, it's fun. All right. Maybe now this will work. Generating material data. This looks like it's getting farther than it did before, but don't want to be too optimistic. Okay, good. So we solved that issue. Alright, let's place WMOs. Haven't had a problem with this yet, so I have to fucking say something. What is the issue now? New objects called with the invalid class. WMO must... What? WMO asset. WMO asset must be a child of ADT asset. What? No. That's different. Okay. Let's take a look at this. The WoW Import Factory. Line 238. Import ADT. Okay, this is calling the wrong thing then. See, import options. Let's see. WoW importer, get import options. Okay, let's go back to actor. Line 1263 or 65. So right here. Create factor in class. We're creating that. Okay, so yeah, in class. So dun, 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 dun. Broadcast pre-import. All right. All right. What about type? Type equals file extension. Should I bypass that? Base file name. Okay, so we come in here. We have our base name, source path, and file name equals list ID. Okay, yeah, this all looks right. And then we send this off over here. With base file name, absolute file name, package, okay, I guess that's all correct. So we're in here. We have our type. We should do import asset type. Import settings. Import asset type. Okay, import options. Get import options. So it could be an issue in here. Now, we're trying to return import settings asset type. So import settings, import asset type equals import type. One second. Import settings, import asset type after the file name. Okay, so yeah, we set that to end that. So the hell happened here? somehow import options asset type is ADT, even though we're importing a WMO. And I have no idea why that would happen. Because we very clearly here say it's, okay, that's the static type. We got all this other shit in there. That goes over here, and the static class type. Now it could be the, okay, type equals file extension. File extension equals file name. Factory re-import. What do we have in the log? Azeroth, persistent levels. Yes. We want right around here, yeah. Is unintended, true. I don't know why that works as unintended. Okay, so generate water, warning, package name. Don't know why I have that as a warning, but okay. Alright, factory create file. Assertion failed. Is child a parent? Still getting that render data issue. But, you know, I fixed that somewhere else, so. Alright, display. Built. Okay, ADT actor. Warning, package name is water. That looks like it's correct to me. That looks like it's right. Wait a second. Okay, no. Yeah, that's fine. Command select none. Create file is unattended. Warning. Actor.place WMOs. Yeah, I think we need to have that available to us. Alright, asset not found, building, package created, generating factory, creating file, and we'll come here. Alright, log factory. Alright, asset type 90% I, and just so we know, so 0, 1, 2. We're gonna want 2 here, but we'll find out. I hate having to do these incremental fixes. Just want to work. But getting this to work in 5.2 is probably what's going to make it work in 5.3. I was just unaware there was such a massive change necessary for 5.2 to make it work. I mean, I figured I could just, skip on by, but guess not. But yeah, if we can get this to actually function the way I want in a relatively short amount of time, we are going to move on to the other aspects that I've been trying to do for like 3 nights now, plus a little bit during the day. I mean, last day or so, I've been trying to debug this and get this to function, but I've been having problems. I don't know why it worked in 5.1 for so long, and now it's not working in 5.1. Alright, I'm gonna say 3149. You. Always loaded. Along with your ADT actor parent. Why is the sky not loaded when I tell it to be? Yeah, I want that loaded. Load that. There we go. I should load the ADTs. Alright. Create terrain. And we're going to save this time. Because, damn it, I don't want to have to do this again. Alright, re-import mcals, because that's obviously troublesome. Yeah, when this happens, you just got to do the re-import, or the force re-import. And then it fixes itself. Good. Alright. Save all. And this is why I want to update this to a single mcal texture, if I can. Well, it'll never be a single. But my plan is to generate an mcal texture for all the layers, and then create a new layered material system. Because I figure that's going to be a lot easier and probably a lot cleaner in many ways. There we go. Okay, so now let's open up the log output so I can see how things go. Not that it's going to show me much. Place WMOs. See, that worked. I have no idea why that worked. That's messed up. It worked that time, but yeah. Also, this is actually set up to be. Let's see, where is it? Oh yeah, it's an error. That needs to be a log. Not that that's a big issue, it's just an annoying one. Alright. Import the doodads. Okay, that's all good. Save all. We're doing this incrementally because we know that's going to crash at any particular moment. And if this is anything like what happened with 5.3, it's going to crash as soon as I hit this generate blueprint button, which I am going to do pretty much now. Holy fuck, it worked! Oh man, I am so happy. But there are no doodads. That's because I think the doodads are probably borked. But still, let's save this. Yeah, we were working on getting skeletal meshes and all sorts of stuff to work. So, it's not surprising to me that, you know, they're not working. Because we were making some pretty massive changes. Alright, let's go World, Elwyn, Buildings, Distillery. Alright, well we got that. What about jars? No, we don't have, we have some of the meshes, but we don't have anything we can do with them. Alright, let's save all this. These should be importing, you know, models or generating them when we do the, you know, import, or at least the blueprints. If I open this up, can I generate the mesh? Apparently not. Warning, existing mesh not found. Yes, and? Oh, you know, oh, does this have a, is this a skeletal mesh? Building as a skeletal mesh. Alright. So, number of groups 1. How many bones does it have? How many bones is in this single jar? 1. Why is there 1 bone in this jar? Okay, so if we, you know, now safely close almost all of these, come here to asset. Yeah, save the skeletal mesh. So yeah, here it is. If animated equals false, or number of bones less than is equal to 0. Save as a static mesh. If we set this to 1, that'll probably still save as a static mesh. But, you know, we should probably actually make a new thing. Where if we need to basically save all but rigged on a single bone. Right now, let's set that bone count to 1. And so, yeah, all these just have that. Okay, you know what? Maybe it's better to leave that there and actually go do all this shit. Um, so apparently this whole skeletal materialist issue got updated and shit. But all right, with this actually working now, for the most part, we're gonna do a quick commit because I want this to be saved and fully functional, even if it is still causing problems. All right, let me actually real quick. I want to make sure that this is building correctly. All right. All right, so, okay, I can safely revert this file because all it's doing is giving me logs. Yeah, we're gonna need to keep that one. Need to keep that. Need to keep that. Need to keep that. Need to keep that. Need to keep that for the moment. We can revert that. We don't need to know what the import type is. Yep, that's good. So it looks like most of the work that we did is actually fixing up stuff in the ADT actor. So let me start making a log. All right, updated to 5.2 compliant code, or just updated to 5.2. Fixed a bug though. All right. Actually, let me. A lot of what I did in this file is. Yeah. Bring up this. So we did the include. I fixed that bug. And then it's just this shit. I think that's it. Save, reload. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so there's still things to revert here. Yep, there's one. Okay. And there's another line right there. Needs to be reverted. Cancel. Save and then reload. There we are. Alright, and now that looks good. Alright. So, we're making a commit that will save all of our changes so far. Mostly it's been, commenting out things that we don't need and then adding headers for things we do need. Oh, do I want to create a branch from here? All right. switch checkout? Am I still in this weird limbo space? Yeah, okay. Where's my option to rebase? I think it's called rebase. Yeah, rebase. Board. Yeah, I'll just commit this to a new branch. That'll be easier because then I can get things, better fixed. All right. So now we have a 5.2 branch. That's fantastic. Okay. What I should probably do, and I really don't want to do, well, let me check the log. What's it look like? Alright, I want to switch from this to master. Improved, and this had the, okay, yeah. Can I remove this? Yeah, delete heads ref master. No. Revert change by this commit. Well, there were changes with that I did like. I was working on a new import system. Yeah, it was. Like a year ago. I have no idea why I was working on that with a separate branch. Reverted. Alright, is there a way of seeing all of them? I need to update. Okay, so I got this. I feel like I want to merge this back into the main branch. Actually, I want to override the main branch in many ways. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, we got this to work. This is fantastic. I'm going to generate this blueprint just for the hell of it. Yeah. Perfect. All right. How many of these are just straight up static meshes? Literally none. Okay, so in the basic, most senseless way, everything has one bone. Is that what I'm picking up here? Yeah, don't save that for right now. So I'm going to assume that everything with only one bone is effectively a static mesh. Well, actually, no. Let's assume that everything is not a static mesh. Oops, what's going on? Where am I? There we go. Else if be animated and bones equals 1. So here we're going to actually say, okay, if it has no bones, it's a static mesh. No, nothing else to worry about. Yeah, if it has no bones, it's a static mesh. If it is not animated and bones, otherwise, if there's one bone and it is considered not animated, then it's a static mesh. Otherwise, that means if it's animated and it has any number of bones, greater than 1, should I put this as greater than and equal to, or equal to? Because what if there's something that has like a whole bunch of bones, but it's not animated? I'm gonna say yeah. If it has more than, if it has one or more bones and it's not animated, it's a static mesh. All right, pull out any weighted polys into a skeletal mesh. And skeleton. Look for any named bones, assign as sockets. So that's what we'll do. I mean, I'm assuming for right now that anything that has a bone in it, even a single bone, is probably there as a socket. If it's, and then let's assume it's a named bone, other than root. Look for any attachments and save as sockets. Well, actually, you know what? That should just be a whole separate thing. Well, no, we're going to make that a separate function, but we're going to assign it to do that as on both. It's going to be a lot more important with the skeletal meshes than it will be for the static mesh, but... Alright, so it'll be that, save, build... No. Stop. Should this be and? Actually, no. You know what? This should be true. And num bones are greater than 1. Actually, if it's animated and the number of bones are greater than 1, then save it as a skeletal mesh. else save as a static mesh. And we'll look for sockets later. This just seems like a slightly better way of doing it because, you know, it's got to be animated and it's got to have more than one bone. Or, no. It has to be animated and there has to be one or more bone. Otherwise, we save it as a static mesh. Alright, now let's build. Let's build, Kjasi. So this should return some of our, meshes to us. Still, it's fascinating that, I think they put, just basically a root bone on every single one of these. Which, in many ways makes sense. I mean, we could probably look it up and see if there is a name for the bones. Which there should be. In fact, I think there probably is. There we go. I can't tell you how happy I am to have this actually working, which makes me think I want to move this over and try it in 5.3. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I want to get as far as we can tonight. But before we get too far, we'll get this little fix in here, and then we'll, before we get too far, I do want to fix this database concern I have. Come on, always have you freaking loaded. Show actors, show grid, follow player, show cell coordinates, focus world. Alright, load Legion. Actually, that's a good question. Is there an attachment point on this? Is that what this one bone is? Number of attachments is 0. No. Number of animations is 1. Why is there an animation? Yeah, okay, we got an error. Failed to compile material. Default material we're using, yeah, that's fine. The hell just happened here? Yeah, these are being considered as skeletal meshes. Because they've got bones and an animation. So I guess I need to make it the animations are greater than 1? If animated equals false, and num bones is less than or equal to 0, else increase number of bones. Okay, yeah, it's just for the task generation. That's fine. I'm going to up this to greater than 1. I'm going to say 1 is a good, point. All right, close. So yeah, if you've got more than one bone, then you're... yeah, if you're animated and you have more than one bone, then you're a skeletal mesh. Otherwise, you're a static mesh. I suppose we should probably come in here and do num anims. If anime equals 2 and num animations, there we are, is greater than 1. But, you know, there could be, you know, things that only have one animation. So, trying to figure out the difference here is going to be really tough. But, you know, it's going to be a moot point as soon as we get, you know, the skeleton and the skeletal meshes to import. And that's actually one of the things I wanted to work on if we got this working, and now it's working, so maybe it's one of those things we work on. But I kind of feel like there's still a little bit more to do before we can get into that. Like, even though that was exactly what I wanted to start with when I started this 3 days ago. You know, the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to get to work in 5.3. I'm just happy it works in 5.2 right now. There's definitely things that we need to do. We need to reorganize this so it's actually generating the proper materials rather than using my, you know, quote, design materials. But, you know, that can also come a little bit later. Just as long as I do it before I do releases. Which I was actually planning on doing. Hey, look, it actually fucking loaded. I'm so happy about that. Alright. So, now, import doodads. Generate blueprint. Blueprint's already generated, you twat! Fine, delete. Now generate. There we go. Now we've got static meshes. All right, import the doodads. Meshes, there we are. And I'll have to go through and get these renamed so that they're SM, hell, bowl, and everything else. Let's save this. Looks like a lot of it's being built as static meshes. That's a good thing. There's probably some skeletal meshes that haven't quite been built yet. Alright, and if I hit these other guys, we'll just place that. Looks like the WMO logo thing needs to be pushed up. I don't know why it's having an issue there. What are you? You're also a farm. What? Okay. Yeah, I thought I had this automatically going above it. Alright. Save all. So after 3 days, I can safely say, hey guys, this is how far we've gotten on the plugin. Ah. But at least we have it in 5.2. That's an improvement. I'll get it up to 5.3 before the next time I do a stream on this, which it might be Friday. Unless I have problems with that, in which case, fuck it. But yeah, this is where we were able to get. We can... Okay, looks like we're definitely having an issue with the... Yeah, we're having an issue with those day-night materials still. Nice part is we got the... Oh, yeah, okay, we're definitely missing some objects, like this lamp. So we definitely got to get those skeletal meshes up and functional, or otherwise figure out what's going on with that. Alright. But yeah, that's how far we're able to get right now. We're definitely not going to be working on Stormwind until we can get this guy working right. I don't know why it's having issues, but it's better than we were getting. Alright, so obviously something here is, you know, is giving us an issue, so we're going to have to work our way through it. That's okay. We actually need to do stuff like save to skeleton. So if we come down here to save the skeleton, we can see building the skeleton for skeletal mesh. Well, let's start by finding one of these skeletal meshes. Let's see, there's the lamp post. L1 dock support? Does this have... Okay, no, that's just the BLP. Let's see, we got the shovels, distillery. That's also a BLP. Passive doodads. We got webs, and we've got a tree. It's used for webs. Passive doodads, a bonfire from Karazhan, or something from it. Got that. Okay, well, let's look under generic. Dwarf, goblin, human. Passive doodads. Tables, rugs, plates, hanging lanterns. This is probably going to be one. This has 2 bones. So this is a good candidate for skeletalization. So, import that. Yep. Existing mesh not found. Building as skeletal mesh. Alright, so this is actually where we're going to start our little journey. So, before we do this, I actually want to come up here and figure out naming. Check for an import. Get standard parent materials. Yep. Alright. So task, mesh data. So is it just... Alright, I'm gonna check this out first. Base file name. Okay. Group name count pair. Oh, okay, yeah, that's if we have multiples. Base mesh package name. Alright, equals package name, mesh name. Mesh name. Process each group name so we can individually save each instance with the same name as separate files. Okay. Where's base name? Is this gonna be that? Alright. Replace. There's my caps lock on. Underscore N2. Okay, this is an F string, yeah. Replace. Okay, so I guess I gotta do text N2 with text quotes. And this would be probably okay, base file name. Well, let's static mesh underscore save. All right. Okay. Close this down. Yeah, save all. Save it all. Gun shop's gonna have stuff. All right, let's see if this works. Probably not. Actually, no, I'm looking at it, and yeah, this will definitely work. So we're going to basically have to do the same thing down here in the skeletal meshes. So we'll start with, yeah, right there. Except this is going to be SK. And I think there's only one skeleton, so plus text underscore skeleton. Well, actually, should this be SK underscore skeleton? Or should it just be that skeleton? I mean, in theory, we could have multiple objects using the same skeleton, but yeah, I think we're going to do the SK. Because this is its source, basically. SK underscore. Alright. By the way, for anybody who's interested, They announced today that it looks like Star Citizen 3.20 might drop tomorrow. And in today's patch, they released it to all backers, which seems silly. Why would you launch a PTU patch tonight, or today, to everybody, but only give them 1 day to find issues? Plus, there's plenty of issues that they haven't even addressed. Alright. So, let's start with gunshot powder. Or gunshot bomb. Yeah, let's start with this. Generate meshes. And hey, static mesh. Perfect. And it doesn't have the M2 in it. That's great. And that got updated. That's fantastic. Okay, what about this? We're going to check the hanger. Generate static mesh. Okay. Guess that didn't... This has 2. Why is it generating a static mesh? Because it needs 2... No. Okay. Yeah, that was me fucking up. Alright. No, it's just going to be one of these 2. So both of those have to be true. It's got to be either... It's got to be animated, and it's got to have more than 1 bone. It can't have a limit on animations. For right now. Yes, delete that. I am sure. No, we'll just close right now. Don't see it. Yep. I'm noticing it is saying some things are getting depreciated, and I don't know why they're showing up. Attribute depreciated does not apply here. Bulk IO request? Use create streaming request. I don't even know where I use this. Unsupported architectures. Untyped bulk data? Yeah, I still don't know where any of this is being used in my work. Incomplete type. Yeah, I don't care about any of that right now. Maybe if you could tell me a little bit more about, about those errors, I could do something about it, but I don't think there is. Okay, with luck, we should see in the log that this is trying to build a skeletal mesh and a skeleton, although we're not going to see anything about the skeleton. Because I did not put a log down here about that. Skeleton base file name is %s. Not that I really think I need that. Alright, open up this, generate mesh, and nothing got generated correctly. Good. Building, yep, base package name is correct. Good. So now this will generate the correct file names when we need it. Alright, so now comes the question of, I actually want to look in here. This has 2 bones. I should have some data on that. Okay, vertices and normals. I don't think this has bone data in it. Unless I'm wrong about something. Let's see, there's the bounding box, and then the bounding box scaled, and apparently neither of those are right. Probably because I couldn't build the data. I don't know. Number of bones. Alright, so where's the re-import button when you need it? Re-import. Alright, had a failure. Alright, alright. World, generic, human, passive, hanging lanterns, and hanging lanterns, .m2. General hanging lantern. Alright, here we are. Here's the bones. Oh, here's lots of information. It's got 8 bone lookups, 2 bones at offsets. You got 1 at 0 and 1 slightly beyond 0. Why is that reading negative nan? It's got 8 bone lookups, and it's looking up 0 then 1, 0 then 1, 0 then 1, 0 then 1. Why? Don't you only need 2? Why is there a helicopter coming over me? Reading 1 key bone lookups. Okay, that looks like an end of line. 1 skin file. There's a skin file in here. Three texture units. 3 submeshes. Shader D, shader D, shader D. Okay. Okay, well, I can see here the pivot points. I am curious on why the first one is nan. Alright, before we get into this, though, it's probably best if we store the data, so make sure we actually can access all of this wonderful, wonderful bone data. Or is it already being stored, we just can't see it? It is not being stored as far as I can tell. Okay, so So we have our M20 data and our M21 data. Materials, geosets, bones, bone lookups. Okay, so you struct blueprint type struct FM2 bone generated body and then public. Alright, so now bone data int32 parent bone ID equals -1. We're just setting some good ground rules here. Plus that, you know, a pretty good default there. All right. Let's actually start with bone ID probably. Yeah. Yeah, bone ID, -1. Parent bone ID, -1. Wait, why is that reading? Oh, this feels like it's reading some wrong data. Let's come in here. I mean, it's totally possible that we're reading bad data. I'll be the first to admit I don't know the damn thing about M2 bones, and I could be reading the data wrong. Especially since a lot of it's in a binary format. Alright, materials, textures, cameras, bones. Here we are. Bone ID. Back reference to key bone. Okay. So that's not, so that's a keybone. Alright. Keybone ID. Alright, so bone ID. Keybone ID. Let's see what else. Submesh ID and pivot point. Goes M2 raw bone. Could it be that some of this is off? Okay, I gotta look this up now. Skeleton. Alright, so pre-wrath uses single timeline approach, that's fine. This timestamp, yeah. This is very unhelpful in so many ways. Here we are, bones. This is what I want. So literally the first thing we have is bone ID, or keybone ID. And then flags, which are a whole bunch of here. Some of which we need, some of which we don't. I think these are the ones I felt we needed. Like, do we really need one that tells us to ignore the parent translate, scale, and rotation? Probably not. Alright. Then, so after the flags, we've got parent bone, submesh ID, and then something that says greater than or equal to BC. So this may be something to look at further. And then a vector, well, a track of vectors for translate, rotate, scale, and then we get the pivot. I forget exactly what the tracks do. It's a whole bunch of data in here. And there's no guarantee that these are all right, too. So, I don't know. Maybe our pivots are correct. Maybe they aren't. I don't know. But according to this, the first pivot is basically 0, 0, 0, but the last number is 9, which means basically it's out of range. And then the second one is 0, and then a little bit, and then down, and then slightly over to the left. If I'm reading this correctly, which I'm pretty certain I am. But there's no guarantee that where this is saying, especially considering the first one's Nan, is the information I need. Yeah, I think some of this, middle stuff Yeah, I think some of the header stuff is actually probably not accurate. Yeah, okay, so M2 raw bones, go to definition. Yeah, I think something here isn't right with Wrath of the Lich King. And I'm wondering, could it be this? Could everything be off by 32? I'm going to take a look. View history of the M2s. And I want to go back. That's still Cataclysm. Because I saw a note about it. Alright, let's try 2014. Yep. Alright, so bones. Here we are. So keybone ID, flags, parent bone, and it says 3/16. Oh yeah, it was a submesh and then these two. Or that, so okay. So that would still that tracks. And then an A block. No, that is not 3 shorts. So this would actually be something. Okay, so that's probably where the problem is. This is reading 3 floats, and we actually need it to be 3 shorts, which are UN 16s. So we have common classes. There we are. Let's go here. Do we already have a Quant 16 class? C4 plane. No, I do not. Okay, so let's probably after vector C. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll do it from here. So, struct. Ah, what the hell? We'll call this Quat 16. Okay, and just to keep it in everything else, I'm going to call it C Quant 16. That's not my naming structure, but let's just keep it simple. Int 16 X Y Z W. What do you have no problem with? Ah, Actually, they have one here. It's yeah. All right. So let's do F quat to quat. Return F quat double X is less than 0. Question X plus 32,768 else X minus 32767 divided by 32767.0 comma. All right. Y. Yeah, let's paste that. There we go. That's good. So that would be W's across the board. Z. I'm basically copying what they have just to make it easier on myself. I don't have to figure this out. But also this looks roughly right. Alrighty. Yeah, that all looks right to me. Yeah, let's just leave that as is. Alright. I don't know, should be C or should it just be quad? Yeah, let's do C quad. Alright, so come back here. And now I need to go to the bones. Who has the bones? Where's the bones? I think that might actually be here in common classes. No, it wouldn't. It would be in this file. There we are. Alright. Track name. There we are. So instead of that, we'll do the C quant. I mean, it makes no sense why they would have it like that, but, you know, every so often, logic does not mix. Alright. You know, I completely forgot to check. Do I have audio in my stream tonight? Come on, stream. There you are. I usually check this before the stream goes live. So, audio in my stream? Yes, it do. Good. All right. That's interesting. Yeah, it's fascinating that they use that in the bones. Fortunately, this is the one where we're actually, doing stuff. So this probably also needs to be keybone. Oh, I forgot to close the program. Whoopsie doodle. Hey. Keybone ID. Well, actually, no. Would it be keybone ID, or would it just be bone ID? Well, actually, you'd need both, wouldn't you? Alright. Now I can build. Now I can build, right? Right? So, when I come back, I gotta wonder at what point did they actually swap that back? Because here they have a C4 quaternarian, which is floats. So at some point, so this is actually going to be version specific. Great. Well, let's just see if I can get the data. We got enough issues with headers, so if so, I'll have to change bone raw from this to something else. We'll just find out. All right, it's all set there. When did it change? I think I want to get the history of bones, but nothing else. Alright. I'm going to assume that this is correct for the moment. Let's set this to 500. Okay, how is it in August of 2015? M2 compress values, okay. Alright. So just before splitting bones off into their own files, still using the quaternarian compressions. Alright, bones are now split off into their own file. If wait a second. If greater than or equal to vanilla, or less than or equal to vanilla, it's a quaternarian. Otherwise, it's the compressed. Okay, so this is not something that I just needed to do for one or two versions, but it's actually how they all are. Gotcha. Let's import something new. just realized I forgot to do something. Well, actually, did I program this correctly? I might have. Yeah, 2 quaternarian. Alright. Alright, Actually, this doesn't really matter. Because the read track isn't actually doing anything right now. Which means that either these pivot values are wrong, or there's something off about them. Alright, reading 2 bones at offset 400, huh? Let's open this up and take a look. Alright, offset 400. Go. 400. Okay, here we are. So, and let me pull this off to the other screen. Alright, keybone ID. Sign int. -1. Flags. Find there. Submesh ID, or parent ID is -1. Submesh ID is going to be 0. And then distance to further description. Unsigned short, so alright. Z ratio of chain. Or it's the bone name C, compression. Or CRC. At any rate, next up is M2 track for vector. Let's see, we got the interpolation type, global sequence, huh. Are we certain that these are unsigned? Yeah, it says it's unsigned. Standard animation block, less than Wrath, uses a single timeline approach, greater than Wrath, each animation is its own timeline. Animation blocks are blah blah blah. Ugh, this part's the part that really bugs me. Alright, so we had 16 and 16. Alright, now we're on to the M20 offset, which is 2 int 32s, and we're back. Where did I leave off? Alright, right there. Another 2. And then another 2. And alright, that should be it for that. And then we've got another set. And finally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So right here should be the pivot point. So first, we've got a float for X. And that's going to be... What? Okay, we got a float there. That's an empty float. And that's a 0 float. What the hell? Is that what you say over here? Is that what you tell all the boys? Am I even reading these bones correctly? Alright, CI vector 3, what? That should be a standard vector. It's 3 floats. Oh, wait. Am I dealing with that? Yes, I am. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it says this is the pivot point. It says it's... Yeah, okay, fine. So we have that value. Did I get that in my output log? No, I did not. Yeah, reading bones at offset 400. That's where we went. We went to 400. We counted basically everything out. I don't know why this isn't reading as a float. Granted, you know, maxed out, so maybe that's the reason. Although it's a double, it's, you know, reading that, but, you know. Okay. So something is wrong here. I just don't know what. Okay, let's try this again. That's 400. Okay. Okay, let's see, that's... Alright, so that's the first vector. There's the second. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's it. So now we should be reading these values. Yeah, we had the right. No, there we go. Why isn't that being read as a float? So that's a float. That's a float, and that's a float. And those should be the values, but we're not getting anything. Great. All right. Okay, I'm looking at the correct file, right? I entered long, yes. They read the skin file. That's fine. Alright, well. Let's kind of let this let go for a bit. Let's come back here to the asset. We've got the bones. And let's see, we got all that. Submesh ID. Submesh ID. Pivot point. Probably under group data. All right. Bone data. Title property is geoset name. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, so now for the assets, now we can actually start loading up our bone data. So we'll come here and we will go. Alright, if into data, bones, num is greater than that. Num bones equals num bones. And we just continue on with this. Yep. All right, we'll go with B though. B, glorious bees. I'm sorry. All right. I'm just basically setting this up. M2 geoset. You know, just literally just copy this. M2 bone equals bone data. And this is going to be an F2 bone. Bone. With a capital B. That rhymes with B and that stands for pool. Alright, so bone dot bone ID equals bone data dot. Actually, no, it just equals B, doesn't it? Yeah. Bone dot keybone ID equals bone data. Oh, I need to include M2 bone, don't I? Yeah. Bulk. I'm assuming it's M2 bone. M2 bone raw. That's what it is. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Equals bone data dot keybone ID. Bone dot parent bone ID equals bone data parent ID or parent bone dot pivot point equals bone data dot pivot point, and then bone dot submesh ID equals bone data dot submesh ID. All right. And, you know, there's probably more I could do here, but for right now, this is a good first start. Alright, so, bones. Oh, that is what I was using, right? Bone data. Bone data dot add bone. So I think I'm going to actually change this to raw bone data. Close. Alright. Now that this is loaded, let's try loading in our long hand. Okay. Num bones, good. It saw 20. And so we've got the geo data. That's great. And the bone data. Still got Nan. And that's still 0. The pivot data is still wrong. But now we can actually see it. That's the good news. Alright, so I'm wondering, how do we solve this particular issue? We could try accessing some of the other values here. So if we come down into translation, we could, let's see. Global sequence. Yes, start doing this. Alright, so translation, global sequence. Alright, let's cancel that. Interpolation type. Frame range, global sequence, interpolation type, timestamps, values. All right. Frame range, number. Timestamps number, and then values number. And then we'll copy that. Yeah, it's not getting us anything else, but you know, okay, rotation. But quite frankly, just getting the num is going to be an improvement. So scale. I mean, we actually do have to go through there and actually tell it to read the data. So that'll be something we'll do in a bit. Alright, let's close this all up. And right now it's just going to print out the values into our log, which is okay. I mean, eventually we'll get this so we can get all these values out. I mean, what we should really do, we'll figure out the frame range, we'll get those values, we'll bring them back into our, not necessarily into our bones, but we'll figure out something where we can do that. But, you know, we are going to have to figure out timestamps and values and how to make those kind of match up. And it's odd that that data is available to the bones, But when, you know, at least to me, that should be in with the animation, not the bones. Oh. Cancel. Frame range, timestamps, values. Now, timestamps and values, the numbers should be identical across the board. Frame range, that can vary, I think. Although I'd like to think that translation, rotation, and scale all have the same frame range. Interpolation type doesn't matter. Global sequence type doesn't matter. I do want to just see if I can get these values, though. I might duplicate this up to make sure we have offsets and make sure all these numbers are correct, which is not a terrible thought, because we are having an offset issue. There's, you know, something is wrong, and we don't know what, but it looks to me like our data is off. And then there's also the question of, is this an issue with, you know, these handful of models, or is this something that will be cleared up as we move forward in time? Unfortunately, M2 models are one of those things where everything changes with every patch. Or at least enough changes that it's not compatible with every patch. So I can't just like make one concept and have it work for everything. Alright. Import. Alright, let's take a look. Well, that's wrong. Alright, let's start with this. That looks fine. That does not look fine. Is my track set up wrong? Yeah, global sequence should not be that. All right, let's try this again. M2 track. M2 array. Alright, menu values. Okay, so we have M2 array, which, alright, let's come over here. M2 comment. So, if we look at this, a track raw, which is what I'm calling it, and they call it like track base, has an interpolation type, a global sequence, let's see, timestamps, so that's an array of an array. What? So that's an offset sequence of UN2s? What? Am I just thinking about this differently? At any rate, yeah, it's got the the global, the interpolation, and then it goes the timestamps, aka the frame range, and then the values. I think. Their description of it's very, very odd. Alright. Alright, if we come back to here, we can see reading 2 bones at offset 400. Wait, that's an offset of 400. Is that offset relative? Okay, now I am not certain. Offset. Offset equals header bones offset. Alright, so it looks like it's just straight up go there. Is this reading anything? M2 offset, read data. Yeah. Oh, that looks right to me. Oh yeah, that's just the... Okay. Okay, this is getting the offsets. Not the actual values. Okay, this wasn't quite what I wanted to do tonight, but I guess we're getting into it. But even so, these values don't make sense. You know, first of all, Submesh ID 0. That looks about right. Close that. Okay, so keybone ID is -1. Flags are red, but not displayed for us. I suppose we could display the flags. That, and then that. And then we have these two, which aren't really used, but are actually values that we should, at least test. So, yeah. Flag. Flags there. Got the bone mesh. Got the sub mesh. And then we'll do that guy. And these are both U16s. Okay, at which point we are at the first of the translations. So hopefully all of this will be accurate. Just for funsies, though, we'll also have the bone CRC. All right, so compress data. There we are. Close this out first. So I can do it in time. Alright, and while this compiles, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. I'm back. Alrighty. Looks like it compiled just fine. Maybe this will give us some more answers as to why everything's so fucked up. Reading the data that it shouldn't. Or we're just reading the information wrong. I don't know. It could be that the data I'm getting is incorrect. I could be reading the translation shit wrong, which would be throwing all this off. That's one of those things we'll have to figure out. If less than wrath, interpolation ranges, and then a pair of those, and then timestamps. Otherwise, it's an M2 array of an M2 array of timestamps. So, offsets to offsets. If I'm reading that right. Okay. Let's import this. Alright. And what do we got? We have... Okay, first bone. -1. 0 flags. -1. Submesh ID. Compressed distance. Okay, that's definitely correct. And that's definitely correct. And that's not great. I mean, you know, how do you determine that's a CRC? Distance to further description. Ratio of chain. I have no idea what that means. Do they have an idea of what that means? Okay, in the most recent version of this, yeah, they have listings. It's a union struck, or it's a CRC. Quite frankly, it'd be easier for me to just assume it's, you know, 2 units, and that might solve the problem, but I find that unlikely, because this looks like it would be correct. So for the moment, I'm going to comment that out and go uint 16t unknown 2. And we'll just see if that works. Probably not, but so here's the interesting thing. According to, you know, according to everything, okay, 400 go there. So the keybone ID is that submesh or parent bone. No, submesh, or is that submesh? I think that's submesh. Oh no, it's keybone ID flags submesh. Okay. So keybone ID flags wait, what? Oh, yeah, flat. Okay. Keybone flags parent bone submesh ID. Don't know. What was that giving us? Okay. And in comparison to what we got in the logs, I think this log is updated. Okay, so if I move that off to the side and bring that up here, or no, I bring that off to the side and bring this up here. Okay. Alright, so if I go 400 as the offset, so that should be where we are, 400? Decimal, yeah, let's go 400. Yeah, no, decimal. Yeah, bytes 400. So that looks right. So -1 flags, parent bone, submesh ID. Okay. 2 unknowns. Now, this is giving us 4,000. Now, alternatively, this should be giving us... okay, yeah. Good news, this is absolutely the data we're looking at. So, global sequence. Equals... is that as unsigned short. Why is it being interpreted as a signed short then? Okay, that's a sequence. Oh, wait, no. That's the interpolation type, which is 0. That's the global sequence. Alright. That... Alright, okay, there's the track name. That's the M2 array. So, interpolation type, global sequence, let's just talk about the global sequence. Here we go. If a block has a sequence greater than 0 or equal to 0, interpolation is 0, the value will change instantly. At the timestamp, no interpolation whatsoever. If it's 1, it's interpolated linearly, and Bezier curve, and then cubic Hermite spline. Okay. If a block has a sequence... Okay, so 255. The block has a completely separate max timestamp. Okay, so yeah, this is correct then. This value This is the value in the model's offset sequence table. Offset global sequence table. Okay. So what I'd really want to do in here is global sequence. All right. So if global sequence does not equal to 5535, else let's see, we go header, I guess. Header offsets global flags, global loops, timestamps even global looping. I don't know. This is a pretty separate max timestamp. Okay, I'm just going to bypass that for now. All right, interpolation range, values none. It's interesting that, you know, I'm actually looking at the ranges and it has values of negative. Maybe it's because there's no frame range or timestamp number. No, because this should probably be offset. So one of these is reading something wrong. Because, you know, even if we assume this is correct, something here is wrong. But global sequence seems to be 265. For some reason, these are being read. Well, like this one is being read in values when it should be read by the next, you know, global sequence. So there is definitely something wrong here. All right, so interpolation range. Maybe these need to be read as a all right, Alright, if I go with literally what they name these, which I really do not want to do. Alright, we got track base. It has a UNT 16, a UNT 16. Okay, if we're less than Wrath, then we do the timestamps thing. Where we do interpolation range. And then timestamps. Okay, so I actually need to make 2 of these. DC. And I think that's probably where this is having a problem. What? No, no. Wasn't ready to do shit like that. So it's more than likely that is the issue. And we'll come in here, read the data. Read the data, just like before. Well, actually, why are you... All right. What the hell's going on here? Don't think I broke anything, but... Alright, let's take out frame range. I think I was misinterpreting something. I thought, you know, a lot of this data wasn't necessary after, you know, starting with Kata, and I think that is actually, the data is not necessary starting with Wrath. Bone name CRC, huh? point where I want this to work. I want it to give me the correct data. I mean, if it was just a, snafu on my part, that's great. I'm fine with that. I mean, I have not worked really with the animated, files for WoW yet, so this is new territory. I'm bound to get it wrong. Could also explain why some of the previous work I've done has failed. Like previously, I tried exporting all models as static meshes, no matter what. But reading the bones wrong, this could explain why a lot of the asset data was wrong. We'll find out here shortly. All right, import. And what does the window of output logs say? Well, other than the pivot point having an extremely long value on one of them, this actually looks a lot better, a lot more accurate. Still not great though. Now it looks like it's definitely still off. Yeah, scale global sequence, render global sequence. Yeah, this all looks right. This, however, does not. And then, bone ID, oh, I'm sorry, that should be like, I don't know, 1? Or -1 even? But, yeah, these are now down 2 values. They need to be up 2 values. That's, so, somewhere in here we're consuming an extra byte of data. And that's probably where a lot of this is going wrong. I'd like to know why I keep getting values like this, though. The good news is it does look like everything, at least, down here to scale seems to be working correctly. So... I'm actually going to do something crazy. No, actually, now that I think about it, no, I'm not going to do that. Close that. Let's see. So are we now still just like one value off? Yeah, I feel like we're like one UEnt off. Oh. Just when I put that somewhere else, but I guess that works too. Do I even use M2 track yet? Current project. Yes, I do in read data for the bone raw. So that's probably where we're having the issue. I think that needs to be raw. And that's not F quad, that's the M comp quad. Which sounds really weird now that I think I'm saying it out loud. Alright, okay, I'm gonna close this. I do think I want to add an option where you can import as a static mesh. I mean, you know, FBXs can do that. So I wonder if it was just swapping this is going to fix it. I mean, it'd be funny, but not like ha-ha funny. It'd be, oh, that's neat. Okay, and our values are still off. What is going on here? That would be why. Common types. Where's common types? Yeah, open this. Because I don't think it's Alright, bones. Bones, glorious bones. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're reading the wrong file. The wrong data types. And reading scale is also a vector. that also has to. There we go. Value equals that equals value dot to vector. I mean, I could probably just do, you know, dot to vector on that and just bypass that whole little bit. That's probably where most of our problems are coming from. Is it was trying to read doubles, so all those floats are being read as doubles rather than as a standard, you know, integer or standard vector or float vector, which could also. I don't think that would affect our render bounds a bit. But I am very interested in coming to save the skeletal mesh. I'm basically using the same code to save it as a static mesh. But let's just start slow, shall we? Actually, with reading some of this data correctly now, I think I'm going to try switching everything to read as a static mesh. So for that test, I'd do that. But that will be after this. I just want to see if I can get some of these meshes to actually work correctly. Especially the ones I know that are animated. Like the billows. All right. Output log. Open this. And so my import is that. And our values are still wrong. Why is it still wrong? Okay, we're getting this. So we got the bytes. We're getting the value of that. So the value, reinterpreting the data with the offset. Okay, so what's going on here? We are still 2 off. Okay, the raw BC, which we're not going to be using for a while. We got, you know, the track rock, which I'm wondering. Okay, so let's kind of rethink this a little bit. This is like 400 right there. Yeah, it's 400. So we've got 16, 16, and then no, wait. I need to be looking at the bones. Not the tracks. There we are. Okay. So, bone ID, flags, parent bone ID. Okay, sign short. Yep, that's -1. Submesh ID. That's 0. 2 unknowns. Alright, these need to be swapped. Not that it really makes a difference right now, but it will later. Ah, there we are. That was the issue. Right there. Got it. Got it. I knew that, you know, checking all that was going to be very, very useful. Oh, wait, what? To vector? Bone raw data. It's going to be a C vector to vector. I know it's complaining now. That's because apparently this hasn't been updated. Even though pivot point has actually been updated. No. I just want 2 vector, right? Pretty certain. Yeah, 2 vector. Misspelled it, but yeah, there we go. All right. We're finally getting to the things I've been wanting to do. It's just felt very roundabout today. But, you know, before we can start building our skeleton, we actually have to be able to get all the data for the skeleton. Which, unfortunately, includes some basic animation stuff. Because that's how the format is formatted. Why? Who stores animation data inside their bones? Now, I'm pretty certain that this is just, you know, use the basic position data. But, you know, that's based on pivot, I think. I mean, why would you have tracks for translation, rotation, and scale inside your bones? And, you know, so far we haven't found any that actually do, but we also haven't, you know, gone with the humans yet, or the humanoids. That one's going to be fun. Okay. Hanging lantern long. Import. Look at that. Oh, oh, hello, beautiful. So now this is actually getting us the correct pivot point for not just the first one, but also the second one. And all these numbers seem to be matching up. So that is fantastic. So it looks like for, you know, if the global sequence is that, we can pretty much skip the rest of the information. You know, lots of keybone lookups. Now, do they actually have something here for this? No, it doesn't look like that. So, keybone lookup. -1 if none. So you went 16. How can it be -1? But that would be it if it was. All right, I think that got wronged. So would that be here? Keybone lookups. You know, actually no, that'd probably be under header. Yeah, keybone lookup. Okay, I'm using that, so why is it displaying wrong? Alright, well, actually, there could be the source data. Alright, common classes. Let's look at bones. Actually, it'd be probably under N2 common. Huh. Where's the keybone lookup table? I guess it's just this. Interesting. Alright. So that wasn't an issue with us. So, That's actually fantastic work. Now, with this build, we actually did also do a fun little bit here. Where I actually set it up so that anything that we try to import as a static mesh would actually it would import the actual actor as a the M2 file as a static mesh, no matter what. This one's going to take a little while to process, but it should actually give us quite a few interesting takes. I know that one mesh in here, is actually going to be used. It's going to be, it uses actual bones and actually animates. And that was one of the ones that we saw that actually got messed up by our points. And I'm wondering if now that we have this data actually being read correctly, is that going to look correct? Oh, I gotta take this off for a second. Oh. Ah, that's much better. I tend to get some pressure points and a stiff neck whenever the weather shifts significantly. It sucks because where I'm currently living, the weather likes to shift literally every day. So these come in helpful because apparently migraine medication works on this situation. So who knows? I'm wondering if I should filter the names into what the actual file names are. I don't know, something to think about. Alright. So we're going to see this covered in trees now. I'll have to go in close. Just waiting for this to get caught up. There we are. Render bounds of... I suppose I probably need to, yeah. Well, everything got imported. And it got placed and connected. But I have to actually build it. Alright, let's remove that. But this is the one I'm interested in. A blueprint. Damn it. So yeah, that did not fix it. Alright, so still something wrong there. It's just reading the points out of order. I mean, yeah, that one's fine. This one is not. So it's like the second layer in animated one is offset somehow. Alright, why is this not working? Oh, probably because it's still trying to look for the, the mesh with the other name. Yeah, static mesh billows. If I do that, there we go. So yeah, we're still seeing that issue. Alright, so we got to do some renaming on the blueprints, but that shouldn't be that hard. And I am not going to save any of this. I suppose I should, but... nah. Alright. So let's see, let's come back to assets. We'll come back down here. So we tested that, and the test failed. That's fine. Alright, generate blueprint. General blueprint? Okay, so build, alright. Generate meshes. Wondering if maybe I should have this return a list of meshes. Or the mesh. Alright. Replace. And let's actually come down here. Let's copy that. Paste that there. If, and what were the rules for animated? Come down here. And copy that. No, I think doing that is probably safer. I was thinking, oh, I could just replace this, and wait a second. What if one of this is somewhere in the thing? Let's be safe and just replace the whole damn thing. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so that should solve that particular issue. And it doesn't matter if it's skeletal or static, it will still get the correct one. Although we'll have some other stuff to do, you know, with if it's animated later on. Like assign the skeleton. Maybe even some animations. I don't know. Actually, no. The skeleton should be applied with the skeletal mesh. So that should be fine. Alright, we'll have another large import session, but should still be okay. I just found a problem. Actually, do I want to do that? Actually, you know what? Base file name equals that. Plus that. Else. There we go. Actually, mesh prefix, yeah. String mesh prefix equals that. Else mesh prefix equals that, and I don't need that anymore. Mesh name equals mesh prefix plus base name. Otherwise, it's mesh prefix plus base name. Okay. Okay, so that's actually probably going to be way better. So much so that I'm actually going to stop that and rebuild and fix it. There we go. So yeah, base name is going to be just the base name without M2. We have mesh prefix, and we can actually use that to set that up correctly. And then we do the mesh prefix on the mesh name. So that would do that. Yeah, I think that's all right. Base name. Yeah, I think we're good. I'm actually really happy we're getting some of this work done. Well, this just means that I have to work on getting animations and skeletons and stuff done sometime during the week. And we'll just see where we are on Friday, where I can either work on landscapes or, you know, maybe we just go full tilt, get the skeleton to import, and actually get the skeletal mesh to import and fix the offset issue. I mean, that would be ideal, is being able to fix that offset issue, whatever it may be. I don't know. But yeah, that would be good. And there's a good chance that sometime this week 320 is going to drop for Star Citizen. So we'll see how things go. We may be playing Star Citizen this weekend. But yeah, I was planning on playing 320 anyways, whether it was on PT or not, next Sunday. So. Alright. So, now if we place doodads, everything should import and connect correctly. And then all the actors will just pop up here. Pop up and appear. By the way, the water you're seeing in here right now is just a temporary water I have. I'll figure out a way of making our own water that we can use, or even better, importing WoWs. Although, quite frankly, I think this water looks better. But yeah, yep. By the time I get around to upgrading this whole thing, I'll be able to have the whole world imported, and every time I upgrade something, it will affect the entire universe. So like say I go in and modify like one of those plates that we saw that have like, maybe, 7 polygons on the outside. If I update that and nanite it and, replace it in the blueprint, that will update every other instance of it. If I update the bellows so that they, look significantly better, every instance of the bellows is going to be updated. Ugh. Okay, so now we shouldn't just get the M2 things in here. We should actually get the models to show up. Like that. So if we come down here, we turn on game mode. Now the bellows aren't showing up because they're skeletal meshes, and that's okay. And in fact, anything that's a skeletal mesh isn't showing up because we can't export skeletal meshes. So the model for right here, this guy's not going to show up. Yeah, the gypsy wagon isn't going to show up because there are skeletals on there. Because I think the hanging light actually has its own little rig. But if we were to come here and actually open up the blueprint, you can see skeletal mesh, Stormwind Gypsy Wagon 01. And we can replace that with a skeletal mesh. Actually, we need to replace that with a skeletal mesh too. But, still, this is pretty good. I don't know why we have 2 of these in here. Anyway, I'm going to save everything. Just because I don't want to have to re-import all that again. Static mesh node. You know what? I should probably just name this mesh node rather than static mesh node. Mesh node, mesh node, mesh node, mesh node, mesh node. All right. Okay. So here we'll come down here. If mesh prefix equals that, well, actually no, we'll make that the else. So this would be SK. U skeletal mesh component. close that. And now we'll switch this out to skeletal mesh component. View skeletal mesh. Set skeletal mesh. Existing mesh. Yeah, and using the prefix and actually having that as a separate thing up here was just brilliant, because now this is an easy way to see, are we doing skeletal or static? So now this will actually build a skeletal mesh rather than a static mesh if it's got the right prefix. Yeah, it should be fantastic. Alright, so we still need to make the static mesh. Procedural mesh can affect navigation. You know, we do a whole procedural mesh thing. You know, right here, this is where you know, we kind of stopped with the skeletal mesh. In fact, we had to turn this off because apparently skeletal mesh materials were depreciated, I think. Or couldn't get the full thing of it. It was one of those two. Yeah, something happened there. I don't know. Let's bring this up. I want to see F skeletal mesh. Alright, include is engine, skin, comment, assets comment. So, engine. So now we have that. Now, the way I tend to make things is by using a procedural mesh, and then, you know, which is easy for me to use, and then converting it over to like a static mesh. I'm not entirely certain if that will work with a skeletal mesh. Can I convert from a skeletal mesh? Let's see. Static mesh sockets, something I need later. Skinned asset, skeletal mesh. There we are. Okay. How exactly do I do it? Build mesh description. And then I do the build from... Okay. But it doesn't have anything like that here. So, let's see. Add LED info. Add new LED info into the LED info array. Okay, so it looks like skeletal mesh LED info is what we're going to want to create. Wait, is there a convert? Convert legacies. Yeah. All right. Unless there's like a set mesh description kind of thing going on here. Set defaults. Set materials. Ooh, set morph targets. So we can make morph targets if we need to. I don't think we do. Nice to know we can though. Physics assets, we're gonna have to build those. I'll make that an option kind of thing. Set reference skeleton, so we're gonna have to definitely do that. I am not seeing anything. Alright, so it looks like we add stuff using the F skeletal mesh info LOD info node. What is this going to be like? Okay, that includes skin common. We already have that. So, bake pose, bones to prioritize, bones to remove, build a GUI, build settings, LD materials map, screen size, vertex attributes. Okay, so we got build settings. Okay. Nope. Oh, that's something I definitely want to look up later. Okay, so I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing here. Probably asset user data. Array of user stored data. No, probably not. On mesh change. No. Add bone to reduction setting. Add bone to reduction setting. You think adding LOD info would do that for us, but probably add skin weight profile. Add a socket. Or it's just add mesh. Default profile from LOD per LOD sources. Names. Nope. Okay, none of that. You know what, let's bring this over here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Build physics data, build derived data. If derived data, regenerate the data. Yeah, okay. Calculate required bones, cancel all pending streamings, commit mesh description. That could be it. Yeah, an F mesh description in parameters. The LOD, so what would be the parameters for this? Modify? Is it basically saying we can modify it? I don't know what that means. Sets in description. Okay, so it looks like what we can do is we'll basically do what we've done before. Is we will process this group as best we can. All right, so copy that. Come down here. Alright, F skeletal. Yeah, F static material. F skeletal material. I mean, I guess it's all those values are the same, except, you know, one can go in there and one can't. Alright. So now Now we grab our mesh material and we make sure okay. So you skeletal mesh. Just gotta make sure we start with this. Neither of those will apply. Well, actually, lighting GUI might have something. Nope. Alright. So delete both that. Let's see. Get skeletal. Get materials? Yeah, just get materials. Alright. Create. Mesh description. Let's just do description. No, okay, commit mesh description, that's what I want. Wait, what? Why is this not... Do skeletal mesh, commit mesh description. Commit. Alright. Mesh description. This is 5.3. Yeah, this is the 5.3 info. Oh, 5.2. Page not found. Okay, that is a really, really, really good reason to upgrade to 5.3. Alright. Well, let's go back to use skeletal mesh, go to 5.2. Nope, nothing even close to mesh description. Alright, so how do you do this with the skeletal mesh then? Skin weight profile? No. Copy import data. No, that's just copying LOD data from one skeletal mesh to another. Create body setup, that's later. Find morph targets, deconstruct, declare, find, flush, get acid import data. Trying to generate the acid import data. Get default LODs. And that just gets me a skeletal LOD info, which I already know doesn't have anything I want. Just LOD groups, I guess? And that's back to the group settings. So yeah, no. Still in the G's for gets. There we are, H. So they jump a bit. Init morph targets, init resources. Load all imported data. Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to work. Set body setup, set clothing, set default animation rig, set default editor camera location, set default camera look at, zoom in, rotation, min LOD stripping, per poly collision. I mean, that could be useful, but not now. Set has been simplified. Has vertex colors. That will be definitely needed. But right now, I just want to import a mesh. I'll import data variations. Set the versions of the geo and the skin data. That sounds like it could be what we need. No, it just sets values. It doesn't set. It sets enum values. It doesn't set actual data. Set LOD settings. Set materials. Although, this is telling me I can do this. Set materials. To that. I'm not even seeing anything like set LOD. Set min LOD for quality levels. Set morph targets, set indexes, set node mappings. Set reference skeleton. Sampling info. Support LOD streaming. Register, update UV channels, validate bone weights. Okay, so yeah, nothing really there. Build LOD model. Hold up. Build an LOD before creating its render data. No, that's probably not it. Yeah, I target. Yeah, Yeah, it's telling it to... Yeah. You skinned asset data. Yeah, this is a parent group. But this might actually have what I need. Build LOD model. Let's finish looking at skeletal mesh. This might actually have the override that we want. Find morph target, find socket. Get. Get imported model. LOD models. This is getting pretty deep in here, though. F skeletal mesh LOD model. Build string. Imported mesh infos. Information about the individual meshes. Required bone sections. Skin weight. This looks like it could be what we need. Get mesh description. Ooh. It's a get, but not a... Yeah, this one is for getting the information out. I want one that puts the information in. Well, may not be able to do that, but let's check out sections. Mesh section. Base index, base vertex index, cast shadows, bone maps, recompute tangents, is selected, chunked clothing data, generate up to LOD index, material index, num triangles, num vertices, soft vertices. This is definitely a place for it, but it's like, I'm not sure if it has the actual values that I can put into here. So, probably not. Alright, still in the G's for the overrides. Get various materials. Get. Here we are. Is valid. Set skeleton. Set weight profile data. Skin weights profile data. Is this how I'm going to do it? Is it through here? Override data? No. No, I don't think it is. Alright, so we still got some I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so I'm going to have to go digging into this a lot more. So guys, that's actually where we're going to end things for tonight. I'm sorry we didn't get too much farther, but we got to see what this looks like now. So for anybody who hasn't yet seen this, you know, we are actually getting some really good... What the hell is that? I have no idea what that is. There's nothing else like it. So... anyways, yeah, this is how things look. Which is basically back to where we were, except in 5.2. If I can get this up to 5.3, then that means we'll have access to that set mesh description, which actually might be the way to go. That would probably make things a lot easier for me. I also need to debug why the day-night cycle isn't quite working right. I did try fixing that at some point, but... I can't remember where or when, and who knows. So, yeah, that's it for tonight. I will see you all on Friday, unless I can get some time on Wednesday. I'm actually thinking, if I can, and keep in mind, this is just a thought. I'm not actually planning on doing this yet, but it's something I would like to do. Before I stopped streaming. I would like to do an afternoon stream. Maybe Wednesday, possibly Thursday. I'll look at all the different times I can. And I got other stuff I gotta do. Like I got my day job too. So yeah. So who knows? We'll find out. Hopefully I can do an afternoon stream sometime during the week. If not, I will see you Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific time, usual. And we'll probably do this some more, and hopefully by then I'll have it 5.3, and we can get skeletal meshes importing and all sorts of good stuff. That's it for tonight. I'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.